Screw it, we'll start early. Hey kids, how is everybody doing? Welcome to a special stream of The Abyss. I am, of course, your host, The Eternal Abyss. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing okay. I'm stoked. I hope everybody else is stoked. We got the first of 3 presidential debates coming up within an hour and 20 minutes or so. I got my drink, I got my snack. I am ready to go. Howdy. Hello, everybody. I want to say hello to everybody on all the platforms that I'm streaming on. I want to say hello to everybody on Wave, of course. And of course, I want to say hello to everybody on DLive, Periscope, Twitch, YouTube, and Float.app. I am on all those platforms. I am multi-streaming. Simulcast. Ooh. Hi, Meave. Hello, everybody. Hey. I wasn't able to stream yesterday. I admittedly just overslept. Nothing more than that. I don't have any better excuse. And, but we're here now. We're gonna talk. We're gonna have some fun. We're going to cringe as we listen to Biden. And we're gonna enjoy this. But since we have some time before the debate is going to start, I want to go over some of the news of the day, because between Friday and today there is a hell of a lot to talk about. I tell you what. Let me just make sure I did something correct. Okay, I want to make sure I was unmuted on Discord. The source that I'm going to be streaming from when it comes to the debate is going to be most likely C-SPAN. I just want to let everybody know about that as well. If you guys got a better source, maybe I can consider that, but I think C-SPAN for the most part should be just fine. I don't predict it'll be an issue. In the past, when I've streamed stuff from C-SPAN, I haven't had too many issues. I'm just hoping YouTube doesn't act like a jerk. You know the thing. Come on, man. Malarkey. I know, right? So, some of the things that I want to talk about is, of course, what happened Friday. Trump announced his nominee for the Supreme Court. And many people had already predicted this. I was just saying, I'm going to wait until he actually nominates, because you never know. You never really know. And I didn't want to just make the assumption that what people were saying was true, because you can't always base yourself off of that. So I just waited. I just wanted to wait until the nomination came through, and it is indeed Amy Coney Barrett. And the Catholic bashing just got ramped up even more. Not only that, the people are calling her a racist. Of course they are. Of course they are. Anybody that Trump talks to or nominates or appoints to any position, they're racist. They're racist. They're racist. It's ridiculous. They can't even come up with an original insult. That's, to me, is more insulting, honestly. If you're gonna insult me, at least come up with something original. Come up with something creative. Put some effort. They're just phoning it in at this point. It's like, oh, Trump did this, racist. I can't be bothered. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely laughable. No, and the reason why she's racist... Wait for it. The reason that she's racist? Because she adopted 2 kids from Haiti. Oh yeah, so apparently adopting 2 children from a poor country, giving them an amazing life, giving them all the love and care that they deserve, that's racist. Yeah. I wonder, though, the question pops up in my mind spontaneously here. I wonder if they called Colin Kaepernick's parents racist because they're white and they adopted Colin Kaepernick? I don't recall. I don't recall that ever happening. Gee, you know, it just amazes me. Doesn't it amaze you? It amazes me. Makes you think. Scratching your chin moment. It almost makes you think that, you know, there's a double standard that they apply. Gee, shocking. But yeah, that's what's going on. And of course, you had people like Blumenthal, Mr. I was in Vietnam, but no, really I wasn't, but just go with it that I was, but really no, I wasn't. He goes, I'm not even gonna meet with her. You have some of the senators that aren't even gonna meet with her because they don't want to, quote, lend legitimacy to this sham process. So this is all I'm gonna say, and I've said this in streams before, but I'm gonna reiterate it. What I'm gonna say, I probably said in some form before. Excuse me if you hear me chewing. I got my snacks here that I'm eating at the same time. I don't like eating on stream. I'm not one of those ASMR kind of people that just chew and make really disgusting sounds on microphones. So if I ever start doing that, please let me know and I'll mute the microphone until I'm done chewing my snack. In fact, you know what? Hold on. I'll just eat it real quick and then I'll continue talking. There we go. Okay. Have you ever heard that stuff? I've heard people on stream while they're playing, like they're doing gaming streams, or while they're talking, they're like, even Kitty did that. That was gross to me. I don't need to hear you going, no, I don't need to hear that, and I don't need people to hear that when I'm on stream. So, anyways, the President of the United States, I'm going to say this to all my Democrat friends out there, all my liberal Democrats and socialist friends. Yeah, he did more than that. He let air out of every orifice of his body on stream. We don't need that. This is a classier outfit, I hope. At least that's the goal. I'm trying to make this a little bit of a classier outfit. I really don't want to have that be part of the Abyss experience here. But anyways, I want to address my Democrat friends here for a moment. Democrats, liberals, leftists, socialists, unite. No. What I'm saying is this. Okay, so the President of the United States has every right and duty to nominate an individual to the Supreme Court if there is a vacancy. That happened under Obama. That happened now under Trump. That happened before Trump a total of 29 times. So 29 times this happened at an election year, and 29 times someone was confirmed. I don't know, Mandalorian, but some people have certain talents. That's a good question. But but anyways, so a president of the United States has the duty and right to do so. It's happened now with Trump 30 times total in American history. The Senate has a choice to go ahead with the hearings and confirm, or they don't. Obama happened to have a Senate majority that was Republican. So the Senate majority decided not to vote on that. Not to have a hearing, not to proceed. It's the Senate's choice at that point if they want to proceed or not. They did not. People can criticize the Senate for that. Okay? You know what? You want to criticize the Senate for that? Fine. I'm not even complaining if you complain about that. However, If you want to say that Trump didn't have any right, or this is a sham process, or this is something that Trump shouldn't have done even in the first place, you are a grade A hypocrite, because every single Democrat, when Obama was on his way out as a lame duck president, when he was ready to nominate, every single Democrat defended him, saying he had the right to do it and the Senate should confirm and do the hearing. And they excoriated the Senate Majority Leader, which was still McConnell at the time, if I'm not mistaken. They excoriated the Senate and Mitch McConnell at the time for that. So now, all of a sudden, they want to change the rules. This goes back to what I was talking about when I talk about that the Democrats are trying to play Calvin ball. I don't know if a lot of people a lot of people read Calvin and Hobbes when they were kids. But Calvin and Hobbes, I love that comic. And I mentioned this on Thursday, and I'm reiterating a little bit. I love that comic as a kid. I read it all the time. And Calvin would play with his pet tiger / a stuffed tiger doll. He would play Calvin ball. And one time he's playing with the babysitter, which he hated. And I can't remember her name. Her name is escaping me right now. But it turns out that there was a great reveal in the comic because the babysitter couldn't understand the rules of the game, and then she finally caught on that, the rules of the game are they change whenever Calvin wants them to change. You just make it up as you go because he made it up as you went along for him to always win. And there you go. That's what the Democrats want to do. That's what they did in the Senate. They've changed the rules in the Senate. They want to get rid of the filibuster. They want to change all the rules in order to make it so they have little opposition if they ever have a majority. The problem is this. This isn't a dictatorship. You're not going to always have a majority. That's what happened with the nuclear option, and everybody was criticizing Mitch McConnell for using the nuclear option. And I was like, wait. You cannot complain about Mitch McConnell using the nuclear option when you used it. And you didn't say anything back then. Anybody criticizing McConnell over the nuclear option, for example, back when he was saying he was going to use it for one thing or another, you're a freaking hypocrite to the nth degree. I mean, there's nothing more, no less there. The debate started at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we got about an hour. I'm going to set up I'm going to get the stream up for the debate in about an hour from now, actually. Probably a little less, just because there's probably going to be some pre-roll stuff as well. And I have some things I want to say about what happened with the debates, pre-debate here, because there's some news about that too. But I have other news items I want to go through real quick first. So, just wrapping up on ACB, okay? A lot of people are going to have an issue with her because of her Catholicism. The fact that she's Catholic, she's religious, she's a person of faith. A lot of people are going to have a beef with that. And you know what? Tough nookies. That's all I have to say. Tough nookies if you have a problem with that. Because if you had a problem with someone like that being on the bench, then you should have had a problem with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Because she was Jewish. Okay? She was a very Jewish person. So don't come to me now and all of a sudden say, there's gotta be a religious test now, which goes directly against the Constitution, first of all. But let's not even talk about that. Let's forget the fact that it goes against the Constitution. Let's talk about the fact that you are applying a litmus test to someone that you didn't apply to every other Supreme Court justice that is sitting there right now. So, anybody criticizing that, anybody saying that there should be a religious test, you could just jump right out the window. That includes you, Pelosi. That especially includes you, Pelosi. So don't even get me started on that sort of thing, because that's ridiculous. In this day and age, in 2020, in the 21st century, you still have religious bigotry that is so extreme, it's not even funny. People talk about Islamophobia. Bullcrap. Bullcrap. Do you know how much Catholics are hated in this country? Catholics, Christians in general, but Catholics in particular are hated to an extreme in this country. This, I mean, just look at what people were saying about Kennedy. And Kennedy was no model of Catholicism. Okay? People wanted to criticize him for being, beholden to the Vatican. And people were saying, oh, the Vatican's going to control him. But we're talking about Kennedy here, John F. Kennedy. The guy was not a model of Catholicism. He was the opposite. Yet just for the fact that he came from a Catholic family and that he was Catholic in name, that was already enough to create a shitstorm back then. Imagine now. Well, no, you don't need to imagine now. You can see it now. The sheer hate and bigotry that has been on social media, and not just social media. I mean, you can even forgive social media because social media is filled with a bunch of jerks and a bunch of assholes and a bunch of bigoted and hateful people. Social media, using a left's terminology here, social media is a pretty toxic place. It's pretty nasty. Okay? It is pretty nasty. However, when you have mainstream media, you have journalists and reporters, and you have all these people writing articles claiming that she's some sort of cult member, that she's some sort of racist and bigot. Oh, it can be very entertaining, Padre. Very entertaining. Social media is incredibly entertaining. It is nasty, but it is... I know. I'm on Bitwave. Yes, I know. No, hey, I'm not saying there's no entertainment value. I enjoy the entertainment of social media. I enjoy the entertainment of Bitwave. I don't agree with all of it, but I do enjoy the entertainment value of it. And it can be a useful tool to get your word out and spread your brand and marketing and things like that. So I'm not saying social media is to throw out with baby with the bathwater. I just think that social media, you do find a lot of hate on there. You do find a lot of crap on there because there's a lot of ignorance. That's the problem. You have a lot of ignorance. But I can forgive social media for that. I can forgive people on social media being absolute jerks and bigots and hateful. But you can't forgive the mainstream media. You cannot forgive journalists and reporters. You can't forgive CNN and MSNBC and all these other peddlers of garbage that they're putting out article after article talking about how horrible this person is because she happens to be Catholic. When she has a stellar record. She has a stellar record. There is nothing bad about her record. And anybody who says otherwise has not looked at her record. Now, are there some decisions that people can agree or disagree with? Sure. That's with anybody. I don't agree with every decision Kavanaugh made. I have not agreed with every decision Gorsuch has made. I didn't even agree with every decision Scalia did back when he was still alive. But do I want someone on the Supreme Court that is like Scalia, that has a constitutional as it was written interpretation? Yeah. She has a traditional view of family. What's wrong with that? Everybody can have their own personal view of family. If she has a that kind of personal view of family, I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Why would that be a concern, honestly? These are people that are caring way too much beyond what you should be caring about when it comes to determining the eligibility of someone. I can't talk today, which is great for someone who streams. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I'm koofing. There we go. These people are just putting way too much weight on things that they shouldn't be taking into consideration. You're playing 3 right now? Playing 3 what? That's a game? The radio sucks, the lack of crafting sucks, the humor sucks, the NPCs have no personality. Yeah, well. So, I think that she's a good choice. Oh, Fallout 3. Ah, okay. Well, see, I don't remember playing much of Fallout 3. I think I played 4, and I was gonna jump onto 76, and 76 turned into a shitstorm. It turned into like the vortex of suck. Uh, Fallout 4 was not bad. I liked Fallout 4. But and 4 was good. I liked 4. I've seen older ones and I've seen videos of older ones, and some of them look interesting. I heard New Vegas. Was really good. Oh God, Microsoft buying Bethesda. Microsoft buying Bethesda. Oh my God. When I saw that news, I I literally gagged. I was like, I had a visceral reaction. Well, all I said was the only one I played was 4. I haven't played any other ones, so I'm not entirely sure how they rank. Okay, I'm not gonna make a comment on any. I only heard a lot of people like New Vegas. That's all. Yeah, 2. Um, so I don't know. I heard that 2 was really good. A lot of people liked it. I never played it. I played 4. I liked it. I thought it was alright. I thought it was good. 3 I never played. I never played 76 or whatever it was. So, anyways, back to what I was talking about. Yes, you derailed me. Thank you, Padre. Dab. No, what I was saying was with the left hates when you say this now. They don't want you to call her the notorious ACB because that pisses them off. So, I'm going to go ahead and say when it comes to the notorious ACB, there were some t-shirts that said the notorious ACB, and some people were losing their bricks over this. They were just dropping bricks, shitting bricks basically. It was hilarious, frankly. But the notorious ACB, she's a solid pick, I think. I think overall she's going to be good for the Amy Coney Barrett, the nominee for the Supreme Court seat that was filled in by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Yep. I think she's a solid pick. And it seems like the Senate already... Well, the left always called RBG, the notorious RBG after the notorious BIG. I don't think she's a bad pick. I think she's a good pick. She has a solid record. So I think that it'll be fine. I think that she's a good conservative pick. I don't like the fact that you have to have conservatives and liberals and you have to try and have this sort of political balance on the court, because the court should not be about politics. Okay? I don't like that. I really don't. But the problem is, for the past, actually, I don't know, 40 years? 50 years? It's been left-leaning, if not longer. The court has been, for the longest time, left-leaning. Now the pendulum is shifting, and everybody on the left is losing their minds. Oh, no, they weren't making fun of her. To them, that was praise. She is a relatively strategic pick as well, because the thing is, you have 2 potential people that may retire. So that would mean that Trump would get another 2 picks if and when he becomes president for the second term. So there's a high probability that Trump will be making at least one other pick. That's what I think. It would seem like that to me, that's going to happen. I don't know if it will. Oh gosh, yeah, she became this big figure for the left. Even though to me, RBG made some pretty horrible decisions on the court. Even RBG herself lamented on some of her decisions. Like, she regretted her decision on siding with Citizens United when she made the decision on that case, because that gave corporations like Google and Microsoft and all these other companies, she basically turned all these corporations into the political PACs that they are now, because she gave them the power and ability to use their wealth and influence and brand for political purposes. That's why you have Nike doing the crap that they do now, and you have Google doing the crap that they're doing now, and you have Pepsi, and you have Adidas. She wanted to lower the consent of, she wanted to do that too. Yeah, the fact that a Supreme Court justice goes out and says, "Oh, I regretted that decision." Are you kidding me? Why didn't you think about it properly then? Yeah, it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me how unserious she was about the decisions that she made. It's mind-boggling. And then there's also very much a complete bias on her part, obviously from her beliefs. But she should have recused herself on certain things, like on the case of gay marriage. She should have recused herself with gay marriage because the day before she was officiating a gay wedding. You can't officiate a gay wedding and then the next day make a landmark, national impacting decision on whether that should be legal or not. You made your decision already, obviously. This isn't a matter of you interpreting the law anymore. This isn't a matter of you listening to the arguments. Because she had made up her mind, so she should have recused herself. Hey, Kevex on YouTube. I am doing well, sir. Thank you very much. How are you? I'm doing good. So, to me, I think what's gonna happen, Padre, that's a good point. I think that's a good possibility that one of the good consequences that's gonna come out of Trump putting all these appointees onto the Supreme Court is that people are gonna demand now term limits, which I've always believed there should be term limits on everything. Yeah, the left wants term limits now when nobody ever talked about term limits when RBG was still in the seat. Or Sotomayor or any other leftist justice. No. Now all of a sudden, we need term limits. We need term limits now. It's Calvin ball. Isn't it? It's exactly as I'm telling you. It is Calvin ball. Trump or Biden, Kevex. You mean for the debate? I think Trump got it in the bag. I think Trump's going to destroy Biden. Biden cannot hold together for a very long time. We're going to talk about that a little later, like closer to the beginning of the stream. I have a couple news items I want to talk about first, but we'll talk about Trump versus Biden in a moment. And we're going to do a little prediction. But before we do the prediction, we're going to talk about some other news items. So another thing that happened Friday that was just mind-boggling was Ron Paul seemingly had some sort of stroke during a live stream. That he was being interviewed. He was on a live stream and he was talking, and all of a sudden he just you could see something just went very wrong inside him. Yes, sir, sold out. I'm gonna live stream the debate. This is a special live commentary. We're gonna play, and I'm gonna try and not talk over the debate too much, but we're gonna definitely stream it, and we're gonna talk about it, and we're gonna do a little pre-show and a little post-show. And like I said, we're gonna make a couple predictions, and we're gonna see how things work out at the end. We're gonna see how everybody manages there, and I'm gonna have my snacks. Pardon me, and we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun. I would love to see that, Zani. I would love to see that. It would be hilarious if that happens. Because Biden has said that word before on camera. Anyways, that's the funny thing too. But somehow, if Biden says it, it's no big deal. I'm pretty sure Biden could just go out and start saying all sorts of crazy stuff, and nobody's gonna say anything about it because Chris Wallace and everybody else is gonna protect them. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Ron Paul, he had a stroke apparently on stream, and this brings me to another topic that I want to talk about. Does anybody know who Michael Malice is? I don't know if anybody here on Bitwave is familiar with this guy. So Michael Malice, if I'm not mistaken, his name is Michael. I don't know his last name. He's like some streamer or something, or he wrote a book or something. Malice made a joke about Ron Paul having a stroke on stream, and he said, "Oh, look, Ron Paul is doing a great impression of Joe Biden." And I don't think that was an appropriate joke. I'm gonna be, he wrote "Dear Leader." Okay, well, Malice is a he's a mangina. Let's just put it that way. Malice is a mangina, and I'll tell you why. I'm putting down the gauntlet. So what happened was this: he tweeted this horrible, inappropriate joke. A lot of people gave him a lot of slack for it. They were calling him names, they were attacking him, whatever. All that I did was that apparently I was following him. I wasn't even aware that I was following him. I must have followed him a long time ago. And I was like, oh, I'm following this dick? Okay, with this kind of joke, I don't like that. I unfollowed him, and all I did was retweet the joke. And all I said was unfollowed. Now, what do you think happened when I said that? I'll give you 2 seconds to think about it, then I'll tell you what happened. Because all hell broke loose when that happened. This is what happened. So I retweet, I say unfollow, I unfollowed. He quote tweeted me saying, "Bye, bitch." And I said, okay, bye, mangina. Childish mangina. And he retweeted that on purpose to get his followers to attack me. And I had like 30 people attacking me just because I unfollowed him. This is the kind of guy Malice is, okay? No, I don't even care. I was laughing about this whole thing the whole time, and I'm still laughing about it, to be honest with you, because it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's not even funny. It's when you laugh at something because it's pathetic? That's basically what I was doing. I was laughing at these people. He got all, his panties in a twist. His followers got their panties in a twist. And you know what? That just confirmed the fact that he is a mangina. Oh, yeah. In fact, I didn't mind the attention. My Twitter, for the first time, started getting so many alerts that Twitter, the app itself said, hey, you're getting a lot of alerts. Do you want a filter? I was like, no, I'm good. Thank you, Twitter. Yeah. So, well, I replied a lot, but next time, if that ever happens, all I'm going to do is quote tweet. That's all I'm going to do. But it was so funny to me because they got so enraged. They were so seething and going the whole time. It was so damn funny. I was laughing so hard at that. But I just wanted to let everybody know about that, because if people follow Malice, this is the kind of person you're following. And which brings me to the point of, just because someone's a Trump supporter, or because someone's a conservative, or someone says they're a Republican, just be careful if you follow them. Because they may be a Trump supporter, they may be a conservative, they may be a Republican, but they may also be a grade A mangina, like Michael Malice. So, the more you know. Do-do-do-do. There you go. Lesson of the day. I just wanted to talk about that. And on the silver lining here, the good news of all this was that Ron Paul seems to be doing fantastic. Yeah. In fact, I was just rolling with it. It was so funny. I just said my piece, and I just started mocking them for what they were doing, and they got even more butthurt, which was even more entertaining to me. It's all entertainment. That's what it is for me at the end of the day. I like if people think this is something that people should know about me. If people think that you trolling me online is gonna make me go, oh boo hoo, I'm gonna delete my Twitter account, you're sorely mistaken. I honestly couldn't give a flying fuck what people do or say. I really don't. If you're going to try and troll me, I'm just gonna laugh at you because you deserve it. That's it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good times for me. No more, no less. So troll away, people. I don't mind, but don't think you're getting a rise out of me, or I'm getting all butt hurt or anything, because it's not. It's not gonna happen. Really? Well, thank you, Soldat. I was not aware of that. You could say Mongoloid and Troglodyte. All right, good to know. I know a couple bad words in other languages too I can use. So, I could always use those. I don't think Twitter filters for all those things. Especially certain dialects. Yes, sir, Trollio. I'll be showing the debate. So, moving forward, this is some interesting news to me. Ralph Northam, the guy who wants to kill babies post-birth, if they somehow survive an abortion. This guy just tested positive for COVID-19. And he was just prepping with Biden. That should raise some eyebrows. Okay? That should raise a lot of eyebrows. But the thing that was interesting to me is with all the lockdowns, because Ralph Northam has been pretty draconian with his COVID lockdowns and all that kind of stuff. Shouldn't all the lockdowns have prevented him from getting COVID? How did he catch it if he was so lockdowny and careful? Biden has 30 minutes to back out. Well, see, this brings me to another point. It's like, well, we'll talk about the Biden-Trump debate issues in a moment. Actually, I don't want to talk about that just yet. But I thought it was very interesting that someone with such draconian and like harsh lockdown rules still caught it. That goes to, yeah, VA has a mask mandate. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You have the mask mandate. He has things shut down. I don't think you can even go to restaurants. Can you go to restaurants in Virginia? I don't know if you could go to restaurants in Virginia. Or I think it's very limited, if you can. Or hairdressers or things like that. I think he has Virginia really locked down, if I'm not mistaken. Like similar to California and New York. So I just find it funny that despite all that, Northam, you beat the odds. My question is, how did the virus get past his clan hood? I don't know. I mean, it's and all the blackface, because the blackface and the clan hood. Shouldn't that create layers of defense somehow? Bad joke, I know. That's a good point, Sol, that there is a possibility that it is a positive due to viral material that just happens to be there, and he caught it. He may have been asymptomatic. Oh, he did? I missed that announcement. Okay, so Trump announced rapid testing yesterday. Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. Very, very good. And speaking of COVID, there's other surges that are happening. California was I mentioned this in my stream on Thursday and Friday, I think, where Canada is locking down further. They had like 19 cases or 32 cases. 19. It was 19 cases somewhere. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, we gotta shut down everything. And they were at phase 3. They're going back to phase 2. So all restaurants are shutting down again. Because apparently 19 people is reason to shut down an entire country. And there's no report that any of these 19 people died from it. That's the thing. Which goes back to the whole argument of survivability and death rate numbers. The survivability of COVID is incredibly high. 99.98. It's insane that we are shutting down entire countries and continents over something that 99.98% of the population survives. It is mind-boggling. And the population that is worstly affected by this, the older population, for under 65, yes, for over 65, it's 94.6 is the survivability rate, which is still amazingly high, even for people over 65 and with underlying conditions. So that's the worst that you're going to get, is 94.6 survivability. Gee, let's just shut everything down. I'm sorry. Listen, I feel for people who lost parents and grandparents and lost people due to COVID. It's not something I wish upon anybody. One death is one too much. One too many. I don't wish that to happen to anybody. Yeah, approximately 95% is pretty low for a respiratory virus, especially for an elderly population too. So I feel for the people that have lost loved ones. I express my condolences. I wish them the very best. But we have to also be real for a moment here. We have to be real and say, listen, let's take the precautions to protect those that are more vulnerable. I'm okay with that. But if you argue to me that everything needs to be locked down and entire economies and countries have to be decimated, no. Especially if there's evidence, like there's some people that are suggesting, there's some evidence out there that it was a created virus. This was biological warfare at that point. There's some evidence to that. I haven't seen 100% concrete evidence of that, so I'm not gonna put my foot forward on that and say that this is indeed all made up. But I will say that, let's say the rumors and allegations are true. If the rumors and allegations are true, that has some very, very deep implications for China and its relationship with the rest of the world, and how we're going to have to deal with China moving forward. Yeah, I mean, you have higher death rates with different types of flus compared to COVID as well. So the numbers do not justify what we're doing right now. This is very politically driven. And that's a big problem. Yes, the Chinese virologist that Tucker was talking to, that she got banned off of Twitter, sold that. Hey, thank you, Amazing Music, for sending me a lemon. Much appreciated here. I don't think did the overlay show up? Oh, I had my my thing was muted. Sorry, so you guys didn't hear it. Oh, sorry about that. But hold on, let me lean back here a little bit. I'm gonna raise my gain here so I can talk without having to yell into my microphone from a distance. I'm not in my usual position when I'm streaming right now. I'm actually on my couch. I usually have my whole setup on my stream desk and table and everything, and I got everything all set up. I'm doing this a little bit differently this time because the debate's going to be long and I want to be comfortable. She was a double agent? So, wait, she was spying for she was spying America and China for America and China? Is that what you're saying? Well, some people have brought up Sweden. some people have brought up Sweden, and the left's argument against using Sweden as an example is like, oh, the population is all different, their situation is all different, this is all different, there's no comparison, blah 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 blah. They try and just discount Sweden because Sweden didn't really do much of a lockdown, and they had the same exact kind of numbers. I mean, they're not exact, of course, but you have very similar rates of survivability, you have very similar rates of mortality. So there is something to be said about the fact that, I mean, just look at what happened with Canada. And just look at what happened, no, we're not all the same. But just look at no, Biden should not be coming out with a mask because they both agree that they're not going to be wearing masks for the debate. So he shouldn't be wearing a mask at all. If he does, he makes himself look like a complete fool. But I just find it very fascinating. I find it very fascinating that you have very clear examples of how lockdowns versus non-lockdowns, and how the numbers don't really change that dramatically. So Soldat is saying, so she's linked to a Chinese billionaire that's known as the Dissident Hunter. The allegations is she's putting this forward, being pushed by Biden to get us to lock down again. Her paper was fraudulent. Really? Huh. Yeah, Li Mengyan was her name. See, but that wouldn't make any sense though, that Biden would push her to do that, because the left don't think it's a hoax or a, oh, Bannon. Okay, all right, now that makes more sense, Soldat. Okay, you confused me there for a moment. Bannon pushed her for, huh? Well, you know what? Listen, like I said, if I see any evidence, that's the only thing that really I care about. The only thing I care about is evidence, and if there is evidence that this thing is manufactured, then China should be held accountable. If there's evidence that it wasn't manufactured, which I don't think it was manufactured. They may have been doing studies with it, but I don't think it was manufactured. I don't give people that much credence. I don't think their abilities are that great. But the point is, even if there is no evidence of it being created, if this is something that was just naturally occurring, a mistake happened in China that while they were working on it and it got spread throughout the world, China still has this responsibility and needs to be held accountable for the fact that it caused, in one form or another, this whole pandemic. Now, I know that YouTube is going to put stupid things underneath my video now because they're going to say, oh, you know, learn the real facts about COVID. I'm not saying anything controversial here. I'm not saying anything that's contradictory to the news and the CDC and everything like that. So YouTube can pretend that I'm making stuff up. I'm not. All I'm saying is I want to see evidence of what exactly happened, and based off of that, whatever responsibility China may or may not have, they should be held accountable. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's relatively reasonable. That's it. But moving forward, there's a couple more news items I want to talk about. Goodness, there's two major news items that have come out here. Actually, one really is the biggest one. But we'll talk about Trump's taxes first. So yesterday, there was this big release of Trump's taxes, which is obviously it's obviously a hit piece. It's obviously a hit piece to try and rattle Trump before the debate. And that's not going to work because Trump doesn't get rattled. What it boils down to is the claim is that he only paid taxes. He only paid $750 million. $750,000 in 2016 and $750,000 2017. So the big news story here actually should be that these taxes were leaked. The New York Times wrote this article and they received this information illegally. They should be prosecuted for that. Okay? It is not right that they did that. I don't care whose taxes they belong to. And the reason why I know this was all set up is because now, today, just now, Biden and his wife and Kamala Harris and her husband released all their taxes onto their website. This was planned. Okay, this was planned and coordinated. Because if this was not planned or coordinated, you wouldn't just all of a sudden within 24 hours of a news item go, oh, let's update our website and release all of our taxes for everybody to see. Because we want to show people how transparent we are. Which actually raises questions in my mind because of the coordination of of how it all came to be. But apart from that, Biden and Jill Biden's net worth is like earnings for 1 year is nearly $1 million. They're politicians. Why are they earning $1 million? Where are they getting all that extra money? On top of the $3.5 million that Hunter Biden got from a Russian oligarch. The wife, I think, of a Russian oligarch mayor. There's a lot of questions to be asked, and the media won't ask it. This is a huge story, not because of what Trump paid or did not pay, because he paid a lot of taxes. There's about $7 million worth of taxes that he paid. And there's a lot of tax credits that were applied. And the biggest take from all this is this. No matter what amount of money Trump paid or did not pay, there was nothing illegal. There was nothing illegal done. There were no Russian collusions done. There was nothing in there. There was nothing in there that showed impropriety. So under Trump's real estate taxes, and the thing also to consider, because a lot of people are saying, well, he's not as wealthy as he says because he's operating on a huge loss because of his 500 plus entities and businesses. When you're in real estate, you get a lot of loss. That's kind of how it goes. I mean, just look at Sears Holdings, for example. Sears Holdings, for the longest time, have been operating at a loss, and they were floating because of their property values that they would sell off every once in a while. Now, Trump has a mixed bag. He has properties that are losing. He has properties that are making him money. Yeah, he took out millions in loans. Yeah, that's what real estate people do. When you're a real estate mogul, you get loans up the wazoo. You build, you sell, you flip, you do all sorts of stuff. And some properties are very profitable. Some properties are not. And you have this up and down, up and down. And then on top of that, he's done a lot of celebrity stuff. Your dad is a Biden supporter and an accountant, and you had to explain Trump's taxes. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And then the article was also deceptively written. It was a very poor piece of journalism. It very much seemed like it was written in a way to make it very unclear about where the numbers are, what the numbers were, what the numbers are. They didn't show the taxes in that at least not the article that I saw from the New York Times. Maybe they had it attached. I don't know. So to me, it just to me it was very much a hit piece. It's bull crap. It's a big herring. And a nothing burger. The guy didn't break the law. Yes, I saw that. I was going to talk about that too. I will be talking about that. I'll definitely talk about that. Let's get to that in just a moment. That's one of the biggest big news. The even bigger news is that Ilhan Omar, the domestic terrorist, homophobe, racist, anti-Semitic, inciting violence individual that we have that represents Minnesota in the House, she is directly responsible for ballot harvesting, paying people for their vote. Okay? There is video evidence dropped by Project Veritas that they are doing this. It is disgusting. Okay? This woman has perpetrated. I'm sounding like Elmer Fudd. No, this woman has perpetrated so much fraud. It's not even funny at this point. And now there's actual video evidence. There's actual video evidence. People saying that they were directed by Ilhan Omar to give the other people money and to fill out ballots. So Ilhan Omar is in deep dookie here. And the AG is Keith Ellison, and he's not going to do anything about it because he's a wife-beating moron. So let's not even worry about Keith Ellison if he's going to do or do not do something, because he won't. But the Minnesota PD of her district, they're investigating this. They're investigating this as they should. This is disgusting. This is exactly what Trump and what conservatives are talking about when we're talking about we need a voter ID system, we need a verification system, we need to worry about the integrity of our election because mail-in ballots are going to be fraudulent. You had thousands of ballots that had the wrong name and information on the envelopes sent out in Brooklyn, in New York. I talked about ballots that are being thrown out, and there was and Biden's own staffer. There was some guy that worked with Joe Biden directly in Texas. He was arrested for perpetrating vote fraud. I think it was mail fraud, but it was voter fraud. Biden's own direct connection. People that are working directly with Biden. I mean, come on. Anybody that tells you that mail-in ballots, that there's no risk or there's no fraud happening with mail-in ballots, they are either freaking lying to you or they are the ones perpetrating that fraud. Simple. That's it. That's really what it boils down to. I am absolutely flabbergasted that things have gotten to this point in this country, that our election system is so compromised. It's very disturbing. It's very disturbing to me because it raises a lot of questions on what's going to happen on November 3rd. And that was the one thing that I've always complained about when it comes to PJ Media had a piece today that explored the underworld and routinely sells ballots. I'll send you the article later. Okay, cool. Thank you, Soldat. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm sure that happens. And that happened with John F. Kennedy. There were like a bunch of dead people that voted for John F. Kennedy to help him get elected. It happened with Obama. I mean, this is what it is. It exists. It's been around since the 1960s. Anybody who believes otherwise is just a lunatic at this point. It's delusional. And like I was saying, to me, that's my complaint. If I have to complain about anything that Trump has or hasn't addressed, is that I feel that he could have addressed this. Yeah. It sucks. Yeah, you're right, Soldat. It sucks. It happens all the time. And I think that Trump really had an opportunity to at least try to address it. I don't have the expectation that Trump would have just gone in and said, okay, problem solved, boom, done. No. I don't expect that. But I do expect, and I was hoping, my expectation and hope was that he would have at least started to address this. Try to push Congress to do voter ID. Try to have a better verification system. Try to have, excuse me, something in place. Because already by midterms, there was a lot of bullshit that happened that flipped the House. And I don't think, based off of the polls, numbers, and everything that happened with the midterms, things should not have flipped so hardly. I mean, he was fortunate that the Senate stayed red, and this is a big concern now, since there's so much at stake now. There's a chance that he may lose the Senate and the House, but there's also a good chance, because of the polls and how things are splitting, it's a toss-up really at this point, I think. I haven't looked at all the polls lately, so I'm not going to put forth any sort of like prediction on if the House is going to flip, if the Senate's going to stay red. I don't really know at this point because I'm focusing more on just the presidential stuff right now. But moving forward, as we're getting closer to the election, yeah, we're definitely going to be looking into that more and talking more about that on the show here. So that's definitely going to be on the radar. We're going to talk about that. But that is something that I criticize Trump for. I really think he should have addressed this before the midterms, because they use that against him. I don't know about federalizing the responsibility. That's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I think that there has to be a verification system in place, or something that requires the states to move their ass. Because I'm not saying that the federal government has to control, excuse me, control everything. Just one moment. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I had a major sneeze coming on, and I wanted to make sure I didn't blow everybody's eardrums out. No, what I'm saying is, because this is a problem that is not only in federal elections. This is a problem that is at the state level, it is at the federal level, it is at every level: city, county, state, federal. What should be happening here is a verification system that the government says, you want funds from the federal government, you got to get your shit together. You got to have a verification system together. You have to have a voting ID system put in for your state, for all of your state stuff, and then for the federal elections, for like president and those kind of things. Then yes, there has to be a separate system, I feel, for that election. There has to be some sort of system put in place that allows for a verification of who is voting, and to ensure that only citizens of the United States vote. Simple. To me, that's what it boils down to. But yeah, to me, that's really what it boils down to when it comes to this whole election problem that we have in this country, that it keeps getting hijacked, and there's all sorts of fraud that gets perpetrated here. It's bad. It's pretty bad stuff. So absolutely, Beans, I'm going to be streaming the debate. In fact, I'm going to go and start getting this situated right now. We're going to talk about one final news item. It's that link that was provided here, that this document just got by John Ratcliffe. He declassified. He declassified a document, pretty much saying that the whole Russia hoax, the whole Russia collusion nonsense, which, mind you, the whole Russia collusion nonsense was what was provided as an excuse for an impeachment. It was all Hillary Clinton's plan. And Obama and Biden were briefed on it. Obama knew, Biden knew that this was all bullshit political theater. It was done to attack their opponent. This is Banana Republic shit. Excuse me again, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. My sinuses and nose now decide to act up right as we're streaming and I'm getting ready to do this whole debate thing. Ain't that grand? Anyways. This is some seriously egregious shit right here. This sort of stuff is not supposed to happen in America. Not at all. This is something that our political system should be preventing. But the fact that this was a planned attack, a planned hoax, abusing the FISA system, the FBI abused itself to Brennan was involved in this as well. All these people from the CIA, FBI, FISA courts, Hillary campaign, the DNC, Biden, Obama, Susan Rice, Loretta Lynch, all these people involved in the previous administration, along with the FBI and the CIA, this is disgusting. They all knew. They were all in on this. This is criminal. And I do hope that during the debate, Trump brings it up. Trump should bring it up and demand that Biden answer to it. This is huge. This is a monster, biblical scandal. And the media isn't even barely talking about this sort of thing. And what does Hillary Clinton do? She promotes a new podcast that she's starting. It's unreal. This is the Twilight Zone. This is the Twilight Zone. How can people get away with this stuff? Goodness me. No, there really needs to be some major cleaning up in DC. I've always said, with this sort of stuff, you have to I've in the past, and I know some people are going to say this is really harsh. I get it. But I have called the Democrat Party a domestic terrorist group exactly for shit like this. This is the kind of stuff that shows me that they do not deserve to have any sort of power. That party needs to be broken up and dissolved, and nobody should be allowed to be in office that have a D in front of their name if this is what they do. Hey, Dr. Mario Deluxe. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you. Hello. Thanks for the greets from Germany. I greet back from the USA. It's horrible. This is really some egregious shit. It's really mind-boggling to me that this sort of thing can happen in this country. I'm honestly flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted that something like this could happen in the United States. No, I don't condone violence. No. Don't try and pin that kind of stuff on me. Let's see here. Let me see if I can get C-SPAN up and running here, because we're going to do that. We're going to use that. Okay, let's see. One moment. It's spinning. There's gonna be a lot of people connecting to this sort of thing, so I think it's gonna take a while for me to get going here. Hopefully it'll work out. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I could just do it directly. No, I'd rather have the window, honestly. I'd rather have the window, I think. Hold up, let me get this all situated. Nope, window capture, not browser. Nope. Nope, that's not what I wanted here. Hold on. Uh-oh. What's this? Player error timeout. Gosh darn it. Come on. Behave. Fox is streaming it? Well, let me try this. I had a couple sources that I was gonna try here. just in case this C-SPAN would fail me. So give me 2 seconds here. I think we're going to be able to get this up and running. This looks like the C-SPAN YouTube. Yes. There we go. All right. Give me 2 seconds here to make sure I have the crop set up properly here so you guys can get a good viewing experience. While I'm setting this up, let's do some shameless self-promotion. As well as, hey, yes, try and spread the good word that we're doing this stream. Let's try and get as many viewers as we can as possible. I want to thank everybody that's watching me right now, and I hope you enjoyed this. Like I said, I'm going to try and talk as little as possible because I don't want to interrupt the actual debate. But I will chime in if I have to, of course. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to say my little shameless self-promotion. Please follow and subscribe and make sure you hit the notification bell on all the different platforms that I'm on. The best gift that anybody can give me is followers. I need followers, I need viewership, I need growth of that kind. If you want to donate something fantastic, streamlabs.com/theeternalabyss. Your any level of generosity is appreciated. But at the same time, if you don't want to do cash, there's also Ethereum that's in the description in the video. And if you want to buy me a coffee, you can do that as well. So in post-conflict countries and in new right now, while there's still the pre-roll stuff, we'll keep the volume low and we'll keep on talking here. So here we go, kids. It's gonna start any moment now. Actually, let me raise this up just a little bit so it's not so overlapped. There we go. There. I think that's better. I'm going to do this real quick. I need to figure out. Yes, get me those followers. I need the followers. Absolutely. All right, we got about 8 minutes before everything starts. Get your snacks, get your soda, get your booze, get whatever you need to go get through this. Oh, this is the thing I want to talk about the Trump-Biden debate. We got 8 minutes before this starts. We're going to power through this. So, Biden refused to do any testing. Biden refused to get his ears checked to see if there was any devices in there. Biden also requested 30 minutes, a break every 30 minutes. So, Trump refused, the Trump camp refused the breaks. So, we may see him crap his pants. All right? There's a distinct possibility that that'll happen. Honestly, this is amazing to me. Okay, this is really amazing to me that we're at this point, and I think it's a shame that Biden is too much of a coward to submit to testing. He should. He really, really should. And I think it's disgusting that he's not doing so. The American people have every right to know if there's some sort of medication that he's taking for dementia. The American people have every right to know if he has some sort of issue. Okay? He should know. This isn't right. Not at all. I'm gonna try something here, and hopefully I won't boomer up my stream. Um, Let me check something. No, that's not what I wanted. Hold up here. Gosh, I hope I don't boomer up my stream. Let's see. Because I want to try and put the debate up on my TV, because I have my TV connected here. So what I want to do is, yes, extend my display. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but okay. Excuse me. What the heck? No, extend the display. Keep changes. Yep. Okay. And I want to see if I can bring this. Hold on. There's going to be a little bit of mucking about here for a moment. Don't mind me. Where is that? There we go. Hold up here. Sorry about the silence. I just want to make sure I get this right. It's in Ohio. It's in Cleveland, Ohio. That's all I know. I don't know exactly what the venue is, where they're at. Where are they? Actually, if someone knows that. Yep, I got 5 minutes still. Hold up. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let me just make sure I adjust the crop here because I made a quick change. And I want to make sure that everything is visible correctly here. There. There we go. Okay, so now, right now they're just talking about different stuff. There we go. Well, they may have tested for COVID, but I'm talking about testing for any sort of other medication. That's what I'm talking about. Talking about Namenda, talking about, and checking his ears for any devices and things like that. There's even Todd Starnes. Todd Starnes said that he was fed the questions. It seems like he was given the questions beforehand too. So there's even rumors of that now, that's a possibility. Okay, Chris Wallace is coming in. What's going on? What happened to my audio? Did they screw up on the stream? Because everything's working, functioning, everything's perfect here. Yeah, everything's fine. What happened? Hold up. What's going on? Why can't I hear anything anymore? I think this is on their end. What the heck's going on? Hold up. Hold up. I don't understand what happened here. It was just working. You guys heard it. There we go. Jeez, what the heck? Huh. Alright. Seems like they're prepping stuff, it seems. We're getting ready to go here. Oh boy, oh boy. 9:02. Let's get going. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, let's go make some food. This is gonna be good. Well, while we are waiting here, let's do this. Um, let's see if I can get some music going while we wait. Give me one moment here. Let's see now. Hopefully the audio won't crap out again here. What, is he gonna start talking or what?
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the two candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very happy with.
That's simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
Biden.
one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
That is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which
no,
was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
Much later.
Mr. President,
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
the
him up.
moderator, We are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already begun.
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the court.
I don't think so.
In the court. Well,
there's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
and
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for a
her
minute?
view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't know her view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a big chunk of
Obamacare.
That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst part of Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris, that was the worst part of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we will protect people with
President, I'm the moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your question.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin. I give you an example, insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about,
big. This is big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the Vice President, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
Well, if I can ask you the question, it will
not
end.
What your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option, number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it, and that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not
you
going to
didn't
listen
agree?
to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree.
want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
You graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy, the wrong
Joe,
night
go.
at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto, number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized, they
doing?
call it
Mr.
Do you
Mr.
have any
President.
socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well, I'll
President.
tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care. Because he, in fact, already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
and by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as
single
you might
thing.
know, but probably don't. Obamacare
Gentlemen, you realize
is no
if you're
good,
both
Joe.
speaking at the
It's
same
no good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed, that they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
and I
known
just
for.
had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
I got you.
Premiums
I
are
got
too
it.
high, and
That's
it
what his
doesn't work.
peop- that's what his
So
people
we
said.
do want to get
No.
rid of it.
It's
Chris,
an
we
open
want to get rid of it.
I
and
understand
give
it, sir,
something
but I have
that's
to
cheaper
give
and
you
better.
roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care. Of
course we do.
Please.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact
Prices have gone down, actually. This is ludicrously a huge lie on Biden's part.
Question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly.
Nice dodge, Joe.
Now,
gonna pack the
make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the
You want to
question
put a lot
is
of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justices,
the
radical
question,
left.
Will you
Who
shut
is
up,
on,
man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
This
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the
unprecedented.
court.
We have
I'm
ended.
not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject, so let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan.
Wrong.
I laid out
Sir,
back in March exactly
it's so
what we
wrong.
should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to
you have 2 minutes, sir.
if we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was
no
lethal
recession.
disease,
You made
by
a
the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people.
And,
you would have been
and by the way,
months late.
your own,
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
So you're suggesting that the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available. Not when it will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This
delivering
is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, and you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up, though.
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health
did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people, and by the way.
I spoke to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way.
They will have the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
if you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
Look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
Tell that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another
thing.
subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down
which is
right
got
now.
to respond to that.
President
shut down
Trump,
the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said the opposite.
No serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious
at
I wanna
Dr.
ask you-
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I want
say
to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm okay with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both
masks.
about one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
for
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue,
people.
sir?
Well, so far, we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours' notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35,000, 40,000
All right.
people
want
at these rallies.
Just
Yes.
quickly finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his
wrong statement.
Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency, not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses, nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right, your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open.
Okay.
I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
gentlemen,
a phony
we're going to
ad.
get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid $38 million one year. I paid $27 million
Show us your tax
one year.
returns.
I went, you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to do, go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have a very, I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is...
let me tell you...
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand all of
return.
that.
But let me...
No, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars,
So
yes.
not 750?
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes, on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward, because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth, because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make, the federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500, who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming, it turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs, than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery since economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought back the automobile industry.
All right, let him.
We brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit with Mexico.
China ate your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with to deserve $183,000?
You've asked your question, let him answer it.
He brought up Hunter.
That is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get
$3.5 million? Mr. President,
Mr.
President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who? The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even the people who testified under oath.
So let me ask you this.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
He
got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd
honorably.
like to know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good job. With you,
go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say, Joe.
No. I'm Mr. President.
$3.5 million, Joe.
That is simply
Why did he deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already...
My family lost a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a...
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost a fortune.
This is not about my family or his family. It's about your family. The American people. He doesn't... That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about here.
All right,
It's not about here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken the money.
We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a very-
President,
but Chris,
no,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
He stood
thing.
up.
No,
he stood up,
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the trust.
You know what?
absolutely not
stop.
true.
You're on tape doing it.
You're going to
You're on
have
tape.
True.
Gentlemen.
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but
on
it seems
tape.
to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Proven
no
lie.
president's ever said anything like that.
Finish this.
It is whose
Now,
2 minutes, sir?
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with
he
racism?
did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have excuse me, Portland, the sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and, in many cases, radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of a town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful protest?
President Trump,
No, it's
I'm not asking.
but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race.
Please.
I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order
Please.
in a moment.
Fine.
This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than he does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
The reason is that the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
Violent
Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow it.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead.
I'm in favor.
You asked a question. Let him finish.
Law and order.
Law and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 17%, 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more in ours.
All right, we're down. Mr. President, you're going to Mr. President,
every record in the book.
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died, shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He would know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
Go ahead. Wait a minute.
I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles on racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and/or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police offices. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support.
Look,
he has no law enforcement support.
That's not true.
Almost nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think
All right.
Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported
gentlemen,
you.
I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted. And anyone
Only when the polls went against him and didn't even address the actual violence.
Never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
Exactly.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Really? Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S.
I asked him a
Marshals
question.
to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the But here's the point.
Go ahead,
the point is that's what he keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, every single solitary time.
Okay, and to button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
Wait, I have to answer his statement.
No, you have
his
repeatedly.
Statement. Wait, just 1 second.
No, you've been talking back
and forth.
You made a
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it.
If you want to switch seats.
We could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd send in the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
but they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these?
All the violence has been from Antifa and BLM. There hasn't been white supremacist groups and all these people inciting violence.
Everything I see is from the left wing.
Exactly.
Right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
right
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his FBI. FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're
When a
moving.
bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Oh, he answered the question. We're done, sir. We're done, sir. We're done, sir.
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and
you ought to be
Biden
careful
records.
with them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. a fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges, it's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add
No,
back
I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah,
Because-
yes,
okay.
you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter
you know
got
Bo.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
For
wasn't dishonorably.
cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you
None
became
of that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune.
My son,
and he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right.
dollars?
But he wasn't given
All right.
tens of millions of
He was
dollars.
given
That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that's been
dollars.
totally
President Trump,
discredited.
you've already been
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
Gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk
That is
about
not true.
Gentlemen,
That report is totally
Why did he get it?
discredited.
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, You have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management. You've got to have cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting
You believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this planet?
I think a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. That's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars and trucks?
Well, not really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored
No, but you would take a lot of cars
rollback
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has got...
Hey, asshole Wallace, weren't you supposed to be the moderator? Huh?
Okay.
Of gasoline. And I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Right. Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations in all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings turbines and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good-paying jobs, not $15 an hour.
Okay, Chris Wallace, why don't you ask, why did all the clean energy investments fail miserably during the Obama administration?
Join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, makes sure that he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is the guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings
go for a minute, and then you can go.
and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that is
ridiculous.
not
Where
the
airplanes are out of
Wait a minute, sir.
business,
That's
where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want
true.
to take out the cows too.
Not
That's
true.
not true either, right?
Not
this is
true.
this is a $100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than
that
our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're
not
going.
the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because I
country.
actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes: the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
Let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that at all.
He did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up a lot of things.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion,
that is
not
not
$20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about, if he knew
Gentlemen,
anything
He made a
about,
statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called the military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
sir,
said it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that.
play
to the
it.
military.
Play it.
Go ahead,
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President. answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I
That means
support
you
the
just lost the radical left.
I
Oh,
support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election, and what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks, because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com. Decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change, or you get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that,
sir,
all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump,
it's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter, of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it if there are millions of ballots going out right now?
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot, and that's okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go and vote. You go and vote.
But what I'm saying is, what are you going to do about the fact that millions of people...
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending... They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
There is no evidence
This is
of that.
not going to end well.
5 states have had mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows the outcome.
You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on this, Vice President Biden. Because
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a statement like that.
Excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court, with a Justice Barrett, will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this, because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots,
I have a final
Senate
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already there's been
so
fraud.
Now, mail service delivers
185
million
question
pieces of mail a day.
In 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks.
Could be months.
Until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the Vice President, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They were called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean you're
I'll tell you what it means.
People to take to the
it means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
All right. There it is. End of the first debate. Wow. So, I'm going to leave it up while, we have our beautiful first lady coming up here on the TV and all that kind of jazz. I think it's pretty obvious who won this debate. I think it's pretty damn obvious. Biden was the mop and Trump was the janitor. I mean, it was pretty dang obvious. Trump came out swinging. And was on fire the entire night. Biden clearly said some stuff that was provable lies. Wallace did a shit job as a moderator here. You want to ask a question, ask a question. You don't get into a debate with the people debating. Okay? This is ridiculous. So let's just recap a couple points here. From the very beginning. Oh, hold up. Cancel. There we go. Alright. Let me just remove the window here. Come here. There we go. Wallace did a shit job. I mean, this has got to be one of the worst jobs. I've seen some pretty bad debates. Okay, I've seen some really bad ones in terms of moderators. This was a really bad one. I wouldn't say the worst, okay? I wouldn't say the worst, but Chris Wallace really, really, really did not do a good job. Okay? Well, I don't do the callers here, so we'll have to figure that out another time. But anyways, the point is, chat demands to ask questions. Well, ask questions away. You know, chat, ask your, put your questions in chat and I can try and answer, you know? If you want to ask questions to me, that is. Oh, this is, no, that was really, really good. Anytime he brought up Hunter, he just riled Biden so much. It was really, really good. No, that's it. There's only one debate, and he said a week from tomorrow, there's going to be another debate. Yeah, that's it. You can pee now. Yes, sir. Bathroom break for everybody. Go ahead. Get your bathroom break in. I'm going to stick around. I'm not ending the stream just yet. I'm going to stick around. We're going to talk a little bit here. I just like, yeah, what did Bo have to do with anything? What did Bo Biden have to do with this whole discussion? Yeah, that was pretty disgusting of Biden, to be honest with you. Using your dead son to try and hide behind the misdeeds of your other son? Oh no, I'm not stopping. Don't worry. All right, go ahead. Do what you gotta do. I'm not stopping. I gotta say, overall, I think Trump did very well. There are a couple points that I can give even. I mean, let's be fair. I'm gonna be fair here. There are a couple good points that Biden shot at. He did punch back a little bit. There are a couple points that, you know, I think towards the end here, he actually did something good towards the end here when he was talking about the voting. And throughout the debate, one thing that I can appreciate about Biden, I don't like this tactic. Okay, don't get me wrong. I don't like this tactic, but it's a tactic that I've seen politicians use a lot because it's an effective tactic. And that's what Biden did when he was trying to appeal to the emotion of people. Biden is good at that. It's very scripted, it's very rehearsed, it's nothing surprising because that's what politicians have done since time immemorial. But he does it well, and that's one thing that I've seen in this debate that I will give credit to Biden for, that he does have a good way of doing an appeal to people. Even though the facts are not with him, the truth is not with him, he got bumbled a lot, and I mean a lot. Yes, next debate is October 7th. We will be doing another stream for that special stream. We're going to do it. We're going to be here. We're going to watch it. Like I said, I'm going to try and not comment too much during the stream because I want to make sure that everything is covered when it comes to that. And actually, I do want to check one thing real quick while we're on here, because I haven't checked my emails or anything throughout this whole thing. And I just want to check if I am still on YouTube. Okay, very interesting. Because the last time I streamed a primary debate, YouTube killed my stream. And I think Twitch did it too. So I'm actually very fascinated by the fact that that's not the case. Rock and roll. Oh, I should check Float actually as well. I apologize to the folks on float.app. I have not been looking at that chat. So let me go ahead and do that real quick just to make sure that I'm up and up on what's going on with that here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, hey Aaron. Yes, it's comedy gold. Yes, I'm on Float, troll ZZZZ. Yes, thank you, Studio 8424. I'm happy to Floatcast. Yeah, I'm so sorry I wasn't looking at Float chat. It's new. It's one of my new platforms, so it's been harder for me to keep up with it. But thank you so much, everybody on Float.app, for watching the stream on there. I really appreciate it. But yeah, this debate, my gosh, I did say one thing, and my prediction was true. It was wildly entertaining. It was wildly entertaining. By the way, hi, Mom. Patch, I didn't get a chance to say hi. I always appreciate it when you come over on the stream. Always do. Oh goodness. I mean, let's face it. This was really disastrous for Biden. This was not good for Biden. He was all mumbled and bumbled, and he actually repeated provable lies, like the whole the whole thing with North Carolina saying that there were some good people. When Trump, that video clearly shows that what that claim is that Biden made, clearly a lie. Okay. Oh, I'm always happy to stream. Thank you. So clearly a lie. The numbers in terms of the economy, clearly a lie. The economic troubles that we're facing during post-COVID, clearly ridiculous to even claim that this was a natural recession caused by Trump's policies. This had nothing to do with Trump's policies. It had to do with a voluntary closure of the economy. That's just insulting people's intelligence. Okay? I would say of all the stuff that Biden said, the grand majority of it were just all falsehoods or distortions of the truth. Trump, I think there were a couple questions where I think he could have answered slightly more directly. I'm trying to be fair and objective here, okay? I'm trying to be fair about what I saw here. I would have liked him to reply a couple in a couple of the questions. I would have liked him to be a little bit more direct, not necessarily authoritarian or being entrapped by something, but just being, you know what, like some of the claims that Biden made that he said, for example. It was obvious that the stuff that were thrown at Trump were lies. Okay? Well, they're working on doing that. Antifa, like the whole Antifa thing. That was one thing that to me was ridiculous, because it clearly exists. It's not an idea, it's an organization. And the fact that Biden even claimed something like that is laughable at the very least. And it's dangerous at its worst, because you're not, this is the same problem that the Obama-Biden administration had when trying to address ISIS. They did not take it seriously. They did not take it seriously, and that is a huge problem. Okay? That is a giant problem. If you are in a leadership role, you have to take these threats seriously. Okay? And you have to acknowledge, and that was the other thing about the divisions. Trump did a good job talking about how all the stuff started under the Obama administration. You had Ferguson, you had Oakland, you had all those different situations that happened back then, and Biden and Obama didn't address it properly. They didn't try to unite people. They went with the assumption that if there was a claim of any sort of racism, they were like, yes, there is systemic racism, which doesn't exist, by the way. Yes, there is systemic issues with the police, which doesn't really exist. That's kind of what I mean, Solda. I feel that Trump did well. I don't think he had a clear moment where it was a clear knockout. But I do think Trump did well. He came in swinging. He got a lot of hits in. I don't think he did a knockout, but he definitely did rope-a-dope. And he definitely knocked Biden around, and Biden really got flustered, really got angry. Biden claims that Trump was not presidential, yet calls him a clown and insults him and says, "Shut up." You don't say "shut up" to the president. Oh, the predictions are going to be that Trump was just lying. I can tell you that, Question C. I'm pretty sure that even now, the left is going to say everything that Trump said was a lie. They're going to say that everything that Biden said was true. They're going to say that they're going to prop up Biden, saying that Biden, hit Trump hard. And they're going to also claim that Trump dodged questions, which I don't believe he necessarily dodged questions. I do feel that there were certain things that he could have, there was one or two questions that he slightly dodged. But pretty much he was on point on everything that he was talking about. So he was able to counter Biden's claims well. Biden, it was kind of 50-50. Whenever Trump would say something, the problem with Biden was this. Biden had a choice every time he was getting attacked, and he couldn't counterpunch. Yeah, Biden lied so much in this debate. It's not even funny. The fact checkers should be like their computer should be setting on fire at this point with all the searching and fact checking that they got to do when it comes to Biden. And the worst of it, it's not like it's even something that has like room for interpretation. The whole "some good people" hoax was provably false. The video clearly states what Trump said if you watch the entire clip and not just edited that one line. And I think that there's going to be, again, this whole round of arguments to try and not do more debates. They did it before. They're trying to say, no, Trump doesn't, Biden doesn't even need to debate Trump. Pelosi said that. Pelosi said that Trump didn't need to debate. Biden didn't need to debate, I mean. And that sort of thing too. I feel that the left's going to defend Chris Wallace. The left is going to defend Biden, of course. The media is going to defend them. But that's an interesting thing, though, Mandalorian, that's an interesting thing that you bring up, because that question actually implies and confirms what Trump and the right and conservatives have been saying about Antifa and BLM, that they are Biden supporters, that they are the left, that these are the people causing much more damage and riots and chaos. I don't know if it's inevitable, sold out. I feel that there's definitely going to be more violence. There's going to be more violence. There's going to be more riots, because people are not going to accept that when Trump wins. James Woods. Yeah, James Wood tweeted, President Trump crushed his opponent Chris Wallace head-to-head in the debate. There was also another fellow wandering around muttering to himself. I know, right? No, what I think the takeaway, this is my personal takeaway, this is just a reactionary takeaway. After thinking about it and kind of processing everything that I listened to, maybe my thought process might change a little bit, but this is my first reaction takeaway from all this. I think this is going to galvanize people more. Like the left, this is kind of what's gonna happen anyways, regardless of how the debate went. The right's the Trump supporters are gonna be galvanized even more to support Trump. The Biden supporters are gonna be even more galvanized to support Biden. The independents, I think when the independents look at this, all they could see is two guys screaming at each other and a moderator that had no idea what he was doing. But at the end, though, if you filter out the constant back and forth interruptions, if you filter out all that and you get the information, I think what independents can take away from this is that there was a lot of stuff that was thrown about. There's a lot of stuff that was thrown about, and a lot of it were lies on the left. Biden said a lot of provable lies. A lot of the stuff that they questioned Trump on had more to do with the fact that Trump didn't agree with someone in his administration or didn't agree with one thing. But factually speaking, the substance of what Trump was saying in terms of the numbers, in terms of what the effects of the climate accords, the fact that our carbon footprint in the United States has gone down. Our pollution has gone down. Unemployment was at record numbers. They had an amazing economy. And that is a very good point, Question C. Any Democrats who watch tonight are going to have to make a choice between truth and their political beliefs. That's really what it boils down to. Because you had someone who, okay, maybe exaggerates, like Trump has a tendency to exaggerate a little. He has a tendency to be flamboyant in his way of describing things. The best, things like that. Fabulous, everybody loves us. He has a way of being flamboyant in that fashion. And he has a way of exaggerating a little bit. But there's a difference between being flamboyant, exaggerating, and propping up your country and propping up the things that you've done that are already good on the surface, but he's trying to prop them up even more. And then you have the other side that have done nothing but actually straight out lie, provable facts. Like provable lies, I mean. That there are the facts are out there that you can look at the facts and go, wait a minute, this was pure baloney. This was pure malarkey, so to speak. It would be fun to see Joe Rogan moderate a debate. I want to see that 4-hour debate with Joe Rogan. I want to see that. I think that would be amazing. I felt, honestly, I liked when they were just not so much talking over each other, but I like that back and forth, that conversational thing. I think that there should be a debate that is more conversational like this, where people can have a back and forth, talk to each other. You can still have the moderator there, of course, to kind of make sure that things stay orderly. So, I think that overall, this one goes to Trump. Oh, hey, Mitch, let me see. I gotta see if I can make sure. Oh no, wait a minute. In this case, this should work just fine. Because I'm not using my other software. Let me see if I can get you to chime in here. Let me get the Discord. Hold up. Hold on. Let's see. Say something, Mitch. Hello, Mitch. You're on the air.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear myself.
I can bail. Oh, can you hear yourself? Well, let me. Boomer Mitch striking again. So I can barely hear you. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Hear me better?
All right. Let me know if you hear yourself. Let me know.
Okay.
Nigga, if I got what? Yeah. No. Oh crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. So yeah. That was the train wreck we all love. Actually, I don't even think it was a train wreck. I don't know if you saw a lot of what's going on online. A lot of neocon Twitter are going, "Oh, this was horrible." I thought tonight was friggin' hilarious.
Oh, it was wildly entertaining.
When Joe Biden said, "I don't remember what he said last," and Donald Trump says, "You don't remember a lot of things." My wife, myself, and the baby. I mean, the baby, because of us, burst out laughing. That was goddamn it. That was hilarious. That was so funny.
Oh, the jabs were golden. The jabs were golden.
I like this idea that, and I don't want to waste too much of your time. I like this idea. What's going on, troll? I like this idea that like it's like the only good debates are the ones where two people shake their hands and smile because they're going to be screwing all of us for the next 4 years, no matter who wins.
Right.
Like, oh, we need to go back to the days of Romney and Obama debating. Yeah, two people who are going to screw us no matter who won. No, I want Donald Trump to fight, and if he has to get in the mud, he better get in the goddamn mud because he's the only one fighting for us, man.
Yeah,
Especially somebody with a daughter now. I pay a lot more attention now that I'm a father. I have a 1-year-old girl, and I look at where our schools are going, I look at how Trump wants to make schools, more like pro-American and teach American superiority. I see how Trump wants to prevent these take the Obama zone, the zone ruling that he had, where you can put like Section 8 housing in every single housing zone. He got rid of that. Like, no, I am hoping, and I say this with all due respect to Meave and Mom Patch, who I love, both of which I love dearly. I love both dearly. This debate, I said it to you last time, is going to come down between Trump's game with minorities and his loss with suburban white women. And I am hoping that suburban white women are not dumb enough to fall for Biden, to fall for what the media are selling them. Because they're the people, they're who are going to decide this. Trump's going to lose some. Is he going to lose too many of them? That's anybody who tells you anything else about this debate, about this election, is full of crap. It's minority gains versus suburban white women losses for Trump. That's what it is in the states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. Because at this point, I think Trump's going to win Arizona. The momentum's there. He's going to win Florida. I think he's going to win Florida by 4 points. Like, I think he's going to win Florida early.
Oh, he's got
North Carolina. He just needs one of those 4 states. And is he going to lose a lot of suburban white women or not? That's what it's going to. And then, yeah, the question is with the cheating aspect of it. With ballots coming in, like California congressional elections, where 2 weeks later, all ballots are still coming in. But
the mail-in ballot issue is definitely something that's going to be, it's going to definitely affect this election, and it needs to be this. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I don't know if you were on earlier, but I was mentioning about that. I feel that is one of the shortcomings of the Trump administration. I feel that should have been addressed, even if he wasn't able to resolve it, at least address it, because I think that hurt him in the midterms, because there were a lot of problems with a lot of those elections, that things came up, like with Stacey Abrams, for example.
California 49, Young Kim versus Gil Cisneros. Look at that one. Election night, Young Kim had the seat, won for the Republicans.
Yeah.
I think 9 days later, all of a sudden, Gil Cisneros takes the lead. They find all these ballots, and 90% of them are for Democrats. Yeah,
and that is exactly my concern, because it's happened in California. There was Stacey Abrams, she was trying to perpetrate a fraud herself because she was refusing the results, and then they were saying like, oh, we found more ballots that was for Stacey Abrams. I'm like, no, you did not. That's bullshit, and you know it. So I agree that I do feel that Trump's support, it's gonna have to grow in terms of, like you're saying, minority votes, suburban moms and women. Absolutely, that's gonna be a contributing factor. All I can say though is that as the trends are going right now, I've seen, just visually looking around and traveling around, you see way more support for Trump than you did even in 2016. You see so many flags now and so many signs, and you're seeing rallies in California that's happening every Saturday. You see rallies here. I would never see this stuff before. So there's definitely a much more vocal support for him than there was in 2016, and I think there's much more people that have seen the behavior of the Democrats, because this is the big thing for me. I expect opposition from the opposition party. That's just a given. But there's a difference between providing opposition and wanting to still kind of work with them, sit down, see if there's a solution that can be found. You've had people like Pelosi and Schumer and other people in the House, they've straight out refused to even talk with him and try and negotiate something. It's just their way or the highway, and that's it. And this is the biggest problem with this, with everything that's being released now. That this whole Ratcliffe's declassification, where Hillary was the architect almost of this entire Russian hoax thing. She has a lot of involvement in this. Obama knew, Biden knew, and that's what he was referencing. Trump was referencing during the debate, that he caught Biden doing some nasty shit. So. And I wish he would have expanded on that, frankly. I would have loved to hear more.
I think Trump did at times leave a lot on the table in terms of especially the packing the court question. He should have, remember Biden's answer was, well, I'll get to the issue when it's or something like that. He didn't say whether or not he would, and Trump pressed him once and then stopped. He should have. I think Trump's going to be a lot better at the second debate.
Well, Trump has that tendency. Yeah, he has a tendency of every debate. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because I think he sees what he left on the table, and he's going to focus mainly on that. But the Hunter Biden stuff was goddamn hilarious.
Oh,
and Joe Biden starts talking about Bo instead. Imagine being Hunter Biden, and you're getting attacked, and your father pivots to your brother instead of you.
Yeah. He tries
basically saying, yeah, he's a fuck up. Let's talk about the good son that I had.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then he actually also put, like, when he actually did pivot back to Hunter, he's like, yeah, he had a drug problem.
If I was it, which is like highly debatable. The guy still like owes child support for his kid in like Arkansas or something.
Well, there's a lot of problems still there. Yeah, maybe he overcame the actual substance abuse, but a lot of the ramifications of that are not resolved yet. And if I was his son, I would have been like, Dad, you're not helping. It's like, Dad, stop.
I just thought that was hilarious, and my wife is looking at me going, imagine if like we had a second daughter, and like we when somebody attacked our older daughter, and then we just pivoted to the other one, how she would feel. And I'm like, I know, it's insane. But like I caught most of it. I didn't catch the very beginning. I ended up watching it after it ended. Because of course, as soon as the thing starts, the baby gets constipated. So I gotta help her, I gotta change her diaper and give her like the little baby drop that's like helps her go to the bathroom, whatever the hell they're called. But I think the second debate is going to be a lot like more like laid back. I think Trump's not going to interrupt as much because I thought Trump was very in his right, was absolutely correct to interrupt when Biden would obviously lie.
Oh yeah.
The only time Trump interrupted where it was a bad idea is when Biden started stumbling in words, and then Trump would like jump in. And I'm watching that go, no, let him say something stupid and then jump in after that.
Yeah, I think he should have.
He interrupted at the wrong times at points.
Yeah, I think
giving Biden an out.
Well, Chris Wallace was giving Biden out all the time.
Wallace can't handle. Just let him go. At one point, just let him go. Yeah. This is a debate between them. Let them do their thing, because you know what they're going to do? They're going to tire each other out, and both want to eventually move on. It will be a lot. They will move on quicker if you let them go and get it all out there than you trying to control the thing. Let them go, and when they're both quiet, go, all right, let's move on. And they both will. So I think Wallace was terrible. Yeah, Wallace was trying to run defense for Biden. He threw a couple of questions at Biden in there to try to make it look like he was like trying to be neutral, but it was clear defense for Biden.
Yeah, but even the questions that he gave Biden, when Biden refused, there were softballs, and when Biden refused to answer a couple, he was like, okay, let's just move on. And everybody, like me, I was like, whoa, wait, no, go back, force him to answer, because if Trump would have done that, he would have stuck to Trump like he did with the last question about if he would have told his supporters to back off, and Trump actually did answer it. He said, yeah, back off, stand by, don't do anything. So Trump actually did address one of the questions that were directly forced on him that, they were trying to get him to answer, and he did answer it. Biden, every time he had a question directed at him that really would require an answer, Chris Wallace just let it go because Biden didn't want to answer it, or he was pivoting away from it, and Christopher Wallace was like, okay, yeah, whatever. I was like, that's not what you do as a moderator.
It was clearly working on. It was clearly Team Biden thing going on here. Biden had Trump had to deal with this in 2016, especially the second election when it was Cooper teaming up with Hillary, and Trump would bring it out there. Oh, I guess I'm debating both at the same time. And that was, I thought in 2016 Trump only won the second debate. He was superior. Mm-hmm. I thought his first debate was terrible. Second debate was superior. Third debate was about even with Hillary. This one, I thought he was far superior to Biden. Biden would go, no, debunked, no, give no examples. Trump brings out all these examples.
Yeah.
Again, the media is going to sit there and tell you that Biden won the debate, and they're going to attack Trump because Biden could have not shown up, and they would have said he won the debate. I mean, that's the media for you.
Well, one thing that I will criticize Trump on, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I felt that when he came out, it was a good thing that he came out, ready, fired up, swinging. He
started out great.
Yeah, and I think, though, that there were times, like you were saying, that he should have lent more rope for Biden to hang himself. He was eager.
Yep.
I think the problem was that this whole COVID thing has made it so difficult for people to do the debates. actual have a face-to-face interaction with your opponents, that he was geared up for it. He was ready for it, and I think that he was like really an eager beaver on certain things, that he just wanted to get his points through, which I understand, because I would want to get the points in as well. I do feel that there should have been moments, like you said, maybe he should have backed off a little on certain parts. And Trump has this tendency, though, with all his debates, like with the primaries in 2016 and then the presidential ones, it's this process. The first one always is all right, not the greatest. It's not a failure or anything. He does okay, and then he builds on that. He improves on that, because like the first debate in the primaries, I remember listening to the first debate. I was like, well, not bad. Not great, but not bad. And then the second one was like, oh, like this is like
he crushed it in that second debate, and I think that's what's going to happen this time if Biden even does another one. Because I think, see, here's the thing: this debate started out very cordial, very much like a debate would, and then Biden said, "All you do is lie." He didn't say, and actually, I heard O'Reilly. I can't believe I'm crediting O'Reilly. I thought O'Reilly's instant reaction was actually pretty smart. I can't believe I'm saying that. The second he told the president of the United States, "All you do is lie," that just started the shit show.
Oh yeah.
He called him a I like, my favorite part of the whole thing was he tells Donald Trump to shut up and then tells him he's not being presidential.
I know.
I laughed my ass off at that one too. That was amazing.
I know.
I'll give Biden a point for that. Well done, old man.
That was hilarious to me. Like, how can you go and tell the president of the United States to shut up, call him a clown, and then complain about presidential behavior
right after?
Yeah, makes no sense.
The more that people think this is a shit show, the better it is for Trump too, because Biden's supposed to be the guy that's super calm, and he's supposed to like, I can reel it all. When Biden jumps into that mud pit and becomes part of that shit show, which might have been Donald Trump's like tactic all along. Because again, he had Chris Christie working with him, and I will argue that Chris Christie is one of the best debaters you're ever going to see out there.
Chris Christie is good.
He obliterated Rubio. He obliterated He obliterated Fiorina at one point. Like, Christie's an attack dog. One of the best. If you ever watched the old New Jersey gubernatorial debates, like, you could tell he had Christie there with some of the lines he dropped in there. Christie helping him out in this debate.
Oh, I'm sure there was some prep, and it wouldn't surprise me if Christie was involved and some other people were out there helping him.
Christie and Giuliani, but you could see Chris Christie's like stamp on that.
Yeah. No, I think that it's what I think that I think that's a good tactic in terms of what Trump was doing, because the thing is this: if an Iowa farmer can get under Joe Biden's skin, okay, and Joe Biden can threaten an Iowa farmer to step outside to fight him in fisticuffs, it's not hard to rile him up, and it's not hard to provoke him. So to me, it was very smart of Trump to come out swinging that way and rattle him, and Biden got rattled pretty bad. I mean, he was getting bludgeoned in certain parts of the debate. It was pretty brutal.
Yeah, I expect the second debate to be a lot more like laid back, and again, I expect Trump to absolutely obliterate him in the second one. I actually clicked on a Mandalorian link. I was kind of scared doing it based on the links he's tried sending me in the past. Not sending me directly, but just posting me in the past with what he has on some of his links. I actually clicked on this one though. I was like, this one shouldn't be too bad.
What? I'll play it. I'll just play the audio.
Real absolute power. The yellow links he's telling me to click on, I absolutely refuse to click on.
Is this a fantasy?
He knows what he's trying to do.
This is destiny.
Anyway, I'll let you. I'll jump off. But
all right.
Yeah, it was a interesting night to say the least.
Yeah, wildly entertaining.
I think Trump had a much better first debate than he did the second 4 years ago. He had a much better first debate. I think it's going to be continuing to go up for him. Yeah. And you can see that. I mean, if you want to look at polls, I would suggest looking at Rich Barris at People's Pundit on Twitter. He's a private polling firm, and he nailed 2016. He nailed a lot of 2018. and he shows you the complete tabs of where his votes are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of trust what he has to say. He's not gonna tell you just because you want Trump to win. He's not gonna tell you Trump's gonna, like, he's telling you, like, I don't think Trump's gonna win Nevada. I wish he was wrong, but I trust him. So that's who I would suggest if you're looking at polling. Would be Rich Barris.
Can you put the
Anyway.
link in the chat for that?
Yeah, I'll put his Twitter in the chat.
Awesome, I appreciate it.
All right, Abyss. Onward and upward, my friend.
Same to you, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. I always appreciate you coming in, and whenever you get back on streaming, man, I'll be more than happy to hang out with you.
Post-election, I'll be by then I should be moved into my new place, and I'll be moved into my new place like literally days before we're moving.
Nice.
So I'll be into my new place, and yeah, well, I'll stay in chat with you guys, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll start streaming. I'll be on the East Coast, so we can do more of this if you want. Anyway,
Beautiful.
I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, take it easy. Say hi to the wife and the big wave toddler. All right, so that was Cocaine Mitch, ladies and gentlemen. I always love having Mitch come on. When I first started streaming, he let me so kindly jump on his stream. You sound fine, man. You sound fine. My voice is ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about. No, but for real, I always appreciate Mitch coming on. I love his takes. He's very insightful. He has a lot of great sources that he gets his data from as well. I always appreciate that. But yeah, I feel overall this was a good performance by Trump. Biden managed. Hey, like I said, I'm going to be fair. Biden managed fairly okay. Biden didn't really crash and burn completely. He managed to punch back on occasion. And oh yeah, the next one is horizontal Harris and Pence. So, but like, to be fair, Biden was able to swing back a little bit. He was able to bob and weave a little, but I feel that Trump essentially just bludgeoned him and just came out swinging. I feel that Trump had the momentum from the very beginning. Very little of the debate, in my opinion, got, like, that whole momentum that Trump had wasn't really interrupted. I think he did all right. I do feel that Trump's tactics is, like, in his performance. When it comes to debates, indeed, he does improve with debates. He gets in, does the job, then the next one, he builds on that. That happened with the primaries, that happened with Hillary Clinton. It's just how he operates. He's a quick study of his opponent. And that's kind of a benefit that he has had as being a businessman. When you're dealing with people, you have to learn how to read people. You have to learn how to weave around them, and maybe even learn a little bit of, the schmoozing that businessmen do to kind of, to shake hands and get deals done. So that's something that Trump inherently kind of has as part of his personality. Yeah, I think basically Twitter's going to be a storm. Twitter's going to be really a storm over Wallace, and there's going to be a big storm over Trump, because there always is. And I think a lot of that, and that's really what the takeaway is going to be, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Nutu. That is very true, that when they tried to trap Trump and it didn't work, and Wallace was trying to get away really quick. Really, really, really quick. It was really funny. Hilariously funny, in fact. And sad. Wow. So the Spanish-speaking viewers of Telemundo expressed their preference of who won tonight's presidential debate. 66% say Trump, 34% Biden. Yep. Oh yeah. When two-thirds of the Latino population listening to you think that you were a disaster. I mean, I'm sorry. No, that's correct. when 2/3 think that you are a disaster, Biden has to be really in trouble. The Democrats must be shitting bricks right now in their pants over that. So I think hey, Mandalorian, can you send me that link again? We're gonna sign out with real ultimate power. We're gonna call it a night. I accidentally closed the window, so if you can well, maybe I can bring it back. Actually, I should see that under my where is it here? Where's my history? Hold up. Oh, I think you got it. Hold on. Hold up. I'm gonna try and put it up on screen here so we can actually watch and enjoy this. 1 second. Hopefully I won't boomer this up. No, not browser. I want window. I keep clicking the wrong thing. Alright, but as I'm getting this all set up here, I want to thank everybody for watching and being here with me on this amazing performance that we saw and wildly entertaining debate. It was really something. As always, please follow, please support. If you want to donate, I really appreciate that. But follows are really what matters more at this point. So please support me, and I really appreciate that. And remember, kids, well, before I give off my sign off, here we go. Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy this.
Is this a fantasy? This is destiny. You are the chosen one to do that shit you've been meaning to do for weeks.
No way. This is awesome.
So you probably felt that something was different about you all your life, but you've been searching for something awesome.
Yeah, totally.
And you know you have really intense feelings about this dream, but you can start being awesome at any moment. Fulfill your ultimate destiny. Deep down, you know there's only one thing that you really want.
You know what I want.
Then prove it! The first thing you do is set a clear and obtainable goal. Make a plan to achieve that goal and break that plan into smaller, simpler steps. Now schedule time every day to follow through with these steps in a specific way. Set up a deadline to complete each step.
It's your ultimate destiny.
Are you ready to get pumped?
Look deep into your catacombs, and you will find the way. The time is now.
You have the power. Real ultimate power. You can fulfill your ultimate destiny.
Be awesome now.
Wait a minute. Did he break that wood with his crotch? Did I just see what I thought I saw? Oh my god. Damn you, Mandalorian. Well, I don't think there's any way for me to top that. I think this is a good place to stop. I can't stop laughing at that. The Proud Boys on Telegram have now posted an image with its logo and Trump's remarks. Stand back, stand by. Oh boy. Oh boy. But anyways, I think this is a good place to stop. Tomorrow is what? Tomorrow is Wednesday. Hopefully we'll be able to do a morning stream tomorrow. We're gonna try and do that at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna try and make sure I get my butt out of bed on time to do that. Hopefully there'll be enough news items. There's gonna be more reaction. We're gonna talk about more reaction. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the debate a little bit here. Because after you sleep on it, you think about it, absorb it a little bit more. I'm sure there's some more takes, some more things to kind of think about and reflect on and react to. So we're gonna talk about that for sure. And then on top of that, there's probably gonna be some news items and updates on things that are happening. We're gonna talk about that, of course. And then we're just gonna have a good time and have some coffee, because that's what we do in the morning. We have news and caffeine. So remember, kids, as always, this time around, I say this a lot, that, don't be complacent and all that kind of stuff, but this time around, it really matters. Go out there, vote. It will really, really make a difference in this election. There's a lot at stake. So go out there, vote. And don't let them perpetrate a fraud to steal the election from you. Okay? One thing that Biden was right about is that it is in your hands. Because you have people that are trying to steal it away from you. It did matter last election. I mean, just look at the Supreme Court and look at the taxes and everything. But this time, yeah, they say that a lot. I know they say that a lot, and I don't prescribe to the election ultimatum of if you don't vote for one party or another, if you vote for this party, the world's gonna end in 2 days. No. But I am gonna say that it does matter, though. Yeah, I have a big concern over the ballots. As you say, new to it's very concerning. I do look forward to the next debate. I want to see how Pence handles Harris, because Harris really, her debating. Actually, before I sign off, let's talk about that for a brief moment. Her debating performance actually went south. As every primary debate went forward, her performance was worse and worse and worse. She even seemed drunk on one of her debates. Oh, is that so alt-right that even the Dems are starting to freak out about the mail-ins? Why? Because there's a lot more for Trump than they thought? Oh no, Pence is good at debating. Actually, Pence is very understated. That's kind of the interesting thing about Pence. He's not a loud and boisterous person, but he's like a wall, basically. He'll go out there. He's very, on point, very factual, very, And Harris also dropped out before. She was in the debates for several of the primary debates, and then she just dropped out to give Biden the vote, like did Kamala, as did Elizabeth Warren. And Buttigieg and what's her face, Klobuchar. So so I'm fine. I'm very looking forward to that debate as well. It probably won't have fireworks like this one because Trump's not in it. But I think it will be also entertaining. I think it'll be very interesting. It'll be more of your more traditional politicians debate, I think. That's a good question, Solda. And I have to say, in comparison between the two, if I had a gun to my head and I had to pick between Tim Kaine and Kamala Harris, I do think Tim Kaine ekes out. I think he's just a little bit better. Yeah, Trump said that that Bernie would have beat Biden if it wasn't for the people that that the DNC basically rigged it for Biden. He did say that in so many words. Yeah. Kaine is they both are terrible candidates, and Tim Kaine is also the problem that I personally have with Tim Kaine has less to do with politics, more to do with the fact that he claims to be Catholic, and he's one of these traditionalists, which there's this whole, and maybe we'll do a debate. I think I did do a stream talking a little bit about this, about how there is a sect in the Catholic Church, SECT, in the Catholic Church, that they view that Vatican II is invalid. It's not just a Latin Catholic. It goes beyond that, because these traditionalists, these are called Lefebvrians, because at the time, I think, well, at the time of Vatican II, you had Lefebvre, who was a one of the cardinals who led kind of a charge against Vatican II, and then you had this kind of internal rift, which is heretical. Scalia was actually a traditionalist of this matter as well. He only believed that the only valid mass is the Latin Mass. He believed that the only valid way of receiving communion is on the mouth instead of on the hand. No, well, he's not a traditionalist as in for traditional. He's a guy who goes a Catholic traditionalist of that caliber. They're called Lefebvrians. It's essentially a cult within the Catholic Church. So that's the problem with people. Catholicism is the theology and dogma of Catholicism is a beautiful theology. It's about love. It's about salvation. It's about recognizing that we are imperfect and we can all be saints. So I think that Catholicism is a great religion and a great theology, and you have these people that they get so lost in semantics. They get so hyper focused on form that it's not about the theology anymore. It's not about the teachings. It's not about salvation. It's about, it has to be this way. The altar has to be a high altar. You have to have the communion on the mouth, on the mouth and not the hand. You have to have the mass in Latin because any other language apparently invalidates everything. You can't have women at all involved in the mass. You can't, there's all these things. It's all these things. No, Vatican II was not heresy. If you want to learn more about this sort of thing, I highly, highly, highly recommend you you go and watch these videos by Bishop Barron. Bishop Barron with the Word on Fire, he talks about this. And also Cardinal Arinze, there's a lot of videos out there about Cardinal Arinze that talks about this as well. Vatican II didn't do anything that was heretical. No, that wasn't Vatican II. That wasn't Vatican II. That was another problem. There's the problem with corruption in the church is something that the church has had to deal with since day one. It is something that you have, if you have people involved in the church, you're going to have a certain level of corruption involved with it. And it takes different forms and different shapes over time. I mean, if you look at the history of the Catholic Church, there's some pretty wild stuff out there. But the thing is that Vatican II itself did not like create the situation that allowed for that sort of thing to happen. Okay? That was an administrative thing. That was a big problem that the church still has to this day, that they don't administrate certain things correctly, in my view. And there's not a lot of accountability and checks and balances within the church itself, which is, to me, a problem. I think there has to be some sort of fix for that. But anyways, we've kind of veered off into other topics. The point is, we had a great debate. Viewing this was a very entertaining debate. I feel that Trump did a great job. I don't think it was a slam dunk. I don't think it was a knockout, but he did good. Biden, he held his own a little bit for the most part, though he was pummeled. He was able to kind of stay in the game a little bit. So I will give him credit where credit is due. And we're going to talk more tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Remember, kids, don't be complacent. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. And make sure you have your coffee tomorrow morning.